And welcome to day 2 of coverage of the 2020 Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. Welcome to the second day of practice here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Our coverage live on Open Wheels TV. Coverage today presented by the Majors Series. Welcome everybody to Indianapolis. Happy to kick things off on a Tuesday afternoon. It's just past 1 o'clock on the East Coast, and we're ready to get rolling for another exciting day of practice here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Nothing like it. Looking down on the 2.5 mile oval, it's another clear and sunny day, 78 degrees. The ambient temperature, the track temperature currently at 118 degrees. As we have cars lapping the speedway already, Mikhail Hagstrom, Cesar Manzato, and veteran Tim Doyle have all hit the speedway at the early outset of today's practice. We're ready for 8 hours of practice coverage today on Open Wheels TV and today at the 500. So exciting to bring all of that to you guys again. It was a great day on Sunday where we enjoyed opening day here at the Open Wheels 500. Had 41 competitors making laps at the Speedway on Sunday. It was a great turnout and a lot of clean racing. We actually only had 307 incidents across the 7 hours of track time and 41 drivers participating. Compare that to last year's opening day. We had about 500 incidents where drivers had some run-ins on track. So it's definitely a clean and talented group of drivers on hand for this year's event, and we're excited to bring that to you step by step here on Open Wheels TV. As we get going today, you see Tim Doyle on your screen. Great to have Tim back. He's got sponsorship from Foyt Wine Vault, Arizona Sports Shirts, and Eldora Speedway, driving a Chevrolet IR18 for ludicrous speed. Tim, a former winner of the iRacing Indianapolis 500's top split, and truly one of the best that have driven an Indy car at Indianapolis here on iRacing. You're watching Tim work through what's likely a bit of race simulation running. I'm sorry, his last lap was a qualifying trim run. He started out with some race trim laps. And now Tim jumps off the pace. Last lap at 39.057, second lap. And you see him head to the pit lane where all drivers are hanging out at the moment. See Mikhail Hagstrom out there on the pit lane. Cesar Manzato, Jalvario Garcia towards the back of that line. And we'll get into some recaps of our coverage from Sunday here in just a little bit. But for those following along here at the Speedway for today's practice, you can supplement our viewing here on Open Wheels TV with a little bit of timing and scoring. If you head to open-wheels.com/timing, that'll take you to our timing and scoring page. Jalvario Garcia looks to head out on track now. And at that timing and scoring page, you get some in-depth information on the drivers and the work that they've put into thus far in practice. Currently shows Tim Doyle atop the board, best lap of a 38.920. And compare that to the 38.329 second lap set by Brendan Lichtenberg. That was during practice on Sunday evening towards the end of opening day. Just one of the 2,102 laps that were turned for the opening practice of 2020's Open Wheels 500. And that lap from Lichtenberg was actually the fastest unofficial lap recorded in Open Wheels 500 history. And we say unofficial because only qualifications and race laps count towards the official speed records at the Open Wheels 500. But that lap run by Lichtenberg on Sunday evening at 234.809 miles an hour was a new fastest lap in any session at the Open Wheels 500. The record actually was beaten 3 times on Sunday. First by Matt Hollibaugh. He ran 233.991, besting the previous high water mark set by Marco Aurelio Brazil last year. Then Christopher Demerit knocked Hollibaugh off the top spot with the lap at 234.022 before Demerit's Broken Arrow with I5G and Apex Racing Team teammate Brendan Lichtenberg ultimately took the top spot in day 1 practice. Watching Mikhail Hagstrom out on track right now. He was 7th fastest in the first day of practice. We talked to him following practice on Sunday, got his thoughts on cracking the top 10 on day 1. Mikhail said, well, to be honest, it feels both up and down being in the top 10. They had their final race at the Major Series Pro European Division. And after they've been able to move through that, now Mikhail says, quote, we're 100% focused on this event and qualifying at the moment. We are not that satisfied with our setup, but we're working every day to try to reach a reasonable number in our qualifying setup because I believe the limit of reaching the top 33 will be in the 38-second range. Cale went on to say, the times that you saw on the leaderboard are more or less draft times, so they need to find the speed. And as another driver said in another interview earlier, I'm much better in race trim than qualifying, so fingers crossed, and let's see what happens. Excited to see Mikhail and the team players Hagstrom machine dicing it up. You see them on track right now, that number 61 blue and white livery. A good looking car, and Mikhail belongs to the Scandinavian club here on iRacing. Right now you're watching Manuel Gomez make laps at the Speedway. Manuel was 26th quickest. Best lap at 229.130 on Sunday. And while we have a moment, we'll give you a full rundown of Sunday's top 10. Brendan Lichtenberg, as I said, was quickest, 234.809. Christopher Demerit, second fastest at 234.022. Matt Hollibaugh 233.991 miles per hour for his best lap. AJ Musselman was in fourth, 232.336 miles per hour. And Jesper Orman was fifth fastest, 232.001. Rounding out the top 10, the number 90 car of Eric Hodel, followed by Mikael Hagstrom, seventh fastest in the 61 machine. Last year's qualifier for the Open Wheels 500, Logan Simmons in the iconic Motorsports number 21 car, he was eighth fastest on Sunday. Christopher Matrician, he was ninth quick in the 29 car. And rounding out the top 10, Filippo Filippini in the number 924 machine. He was 10th. So just to give you guys a little rundown of today's events, again, we'll have practice coverage here on Open Wheels TV from 1 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll give us a little half-hour break so we can go and prepare for today's second edition of the 2020 Today at the 500 slate. That's, again, Today at the 500. That'll air at 8 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Open Wheels TV. And from 8 to 9, we'll have Open Wheels 500 coverage of the final hour of practice. Live on Today at the 500, we'll talk to some drivers later on. One of those will be Adam Blocker, a former iRacing Indy 500 top split winner and an engineer in the NTT IndyCar Series for Chevrolet. So excited to have Adam join the program. We'll have one or two other special guests pop in. And Carter McCue, the Vice President of Competition at Open Wheels Motorsports Sanctioning, he's also going to join us for tonight's edition of Today at the 500. It was great to have Carter on the broadcast on Sunday of practice and Today at the 500. So we're going to bring some banter back in this evening at Today at the 500 and help round out our coverage of today's second day of practice. Gomez completes his seventh lap of practice, 41.160 seconds. And you see Mikael Hagstrom bring it to the pit lane. Hagstrom is second fastest, 39.034. So at this point, Tim Doyle is the only driver who has not, or who has cracked the 39-second barrier, with his best lap at 38.919 seconds. And we mentioned Jesper Orman just a moment ago. Let's follow him out onto the track. Jesper driving the IndyPodden.se Vopsy.com Honda for 3 Crowns Racing. Awesome to have Jesper as part of this year's event. And, he gets loose heading into turn 3. Hangs on to it without hitting anything. We saw Jesper running quite a loose race car on Sunday. And again, we see him get a little bit out of shape there in turn 3, but take a look at that car. What a beautiful livery for the Scandinavian driver. He brings it back to the pit lane one more time, and let's see if we can ride along with Jesper as he leaves the pits this time. Again, today's coverage brought to you by the Majors Series. Thanks to Michael Lett at the Majors Series and Majors Garage for sponsoring Open Wheels 500 practices here on Open Wheels TV. Riding along with Jesper Wortman right now, driving the number 87 machine for Three Crowns Racing. Jesper was 5th fastest on Sunday, best lap of 232.001 miles per hour. Dives down into turn 1, you see a driver off the pace on the inside. He avoids him and continues on. So tracking Jesper's speed down the back straightaway. At a peak, it looks like 235 miles an hour as he dives into turn 3. And it looks like he's on a qualification sim here. As we take a lap around, we'll just give you the sounds of racing at Indianapolis. I'll leave the commentary to our friend Jesper Wortman behind the wheel of his number 87 machine at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Fun to ride along there with Jesper Wortman. And while you were riding with him, he set the new fastest lap in the session, 38.917 seconds, just narrowly edging out Tim Doyle by 0.02 of a second for the early top spot on the leaderboard here during day 2 practice at the Open Wheels 500-mile race. Jesper completes his run there. Ends up bringing his car to a sliding stop as a couple drivers move through turn 1. See Jalvario Garcia and Filippo Filippini out on track. Filippini, best lap in this session of 39.226. His best lap on Sunday was at 38.967. Good for 230.965 miles an hour. We also got to talk to Filippo after Sunday's opening day of practice. We asked him about his lap that put him in the top 10. He said, "My astonishing lap was fortuitous. I was on a qualifying simulation and I got a draft. It's not my cup of tea, man." So I think Filippo's talking about putting up some of those big draft dated numbers. He's a veteran of this sim racing community, and he understands that a lot of the big times that you'll see in practice aren't necessarily reflective of the outright pace that it'll take to make the top 33 at the end of the day of Bump Day Qualifications. That's coming up this Sunday. And for qualifying weekend, we'll have coverage all day from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. on each day, live right here on Open Wheels TV. And then for the final hour of coverage on both Pole Day and Bump Day, Saturday and Sunday, head on over to Race Spot TV. They'll take it from 5 p.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. Eastern time. And on both of those broadcasts, you'll see on Saturday who will take home the Pit Lane Parley Pole Award. Last year it was Young O at a speed of 229.925 miles an hour. Excited to see who that will be in 2020. And then on Sunday, we'll know who the field of 33 drivers will be that participates in the second annual Open Wheels 500-mile race. Again, that'll be on Race Spot TV, Bump Day coverage at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday, November the 8th. Of course, all that builds into the second annual Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. Our coverage of the pre-race festivities will go live at 9 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Open Wheels TV. And race coverage will begin at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. That again will be on Race Spot TV. So excited for another year on Race Spot TV. And as some bonus coverage, we're able to announce that both the Veterans 100 and the Pit Stop competition on the day before the 500, that's Saturday, November the 14th, those events will be shown live on Race Spot TV. That's beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And other bonus coverage includes this week's Qualifications draw special. That'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. That's right, this coming Thursday, where the initial draw order will be set for Saturday qualifications. Of course, drivers in both Group 1 and Group 2 will run in the draw order between 6 and 3 a.m. or 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And then from 3 to 5:50 p.m. on Saturday, the track will be open for additional qualifications attempts. On Sunday, the track will be open all day from 6 a.m. to 5:50 p.m. Eastern for additional qualifying attempts. But we're going to set that initial order for Saturday with the Qualifications draw special this coming Thursday, again at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Race Spot TV. So excited to bring you guys additional coverage of the Open Wheels 500 this year. Continue to build it into what we feel is truly the world's greatest sim race. Watching driver the number 71 machine out on track, Angelo Luigi Soleo. Angelo making laps right now. Gets into the wall right there, and he's going to bring his North Sim Racing car back to the pit lane. Like to welcome in Phil Watkins, Gary Holtman watching from Oregon. I know Grandpa Watkins is watching, and perhaps Gary is today. I know he's watching on Sunday, so big welcome to our friends from the Pacific Northwest. Hi to Grandma and Grandpa Watkins, and hope you guys have a great day out there in Oregon. Del Rio Garcia, a little bit of difficulty navigating the traffic there. He clips the wall on the exit of turn 3, and he'll bring his car down the pit lane as Mikhail Hackstrom heads back out on track. Again, we'll bring you full and uninterrupted commentary through the top of the hour. About 29 minutes left until that point. And then from then on, for the rest of the day, we'll still give you some commentary and pop in and out with some little non-stop breaks where you'll still be able to watch the action on track with some live timing and scoring. And we'll turn up the engine sounds a little bit and just give you the raw feed of Indy cars ripping around the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Of course, last week we had real-life testing at IMS where Team Penske drivers Joseph Newgarden and newcomer Scott McLaughlin were out on track, as well as newly crowned champion Scott Dixon. Again, he is the reigning champion of the NTT IndyCar Series, so congratulations to Scott and everybody at Chip Ganassi Racing for another triumph here in 2020. Patricio Ward was also out on track testing, as well as the defending Indianapolis 500 winner, Takuma Sato, for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. Sato now a two-time winner of the Indy 500 with 2 wins in the last 4 years. So it's great to see some sights and sounds of Indy cars in real life at Indianapolis this past week. And Indy cars were actually out on track yesterday as well, racing at Barber Motorsports Park. Bunch of teams down at the Alabama Road Course. I believe we had 21 drivers on track, and Rinus VeeKay, the newly crowned Rookie of the Year in the NTT IndyCar Series. He was the quickest driver in the session. Also of note, Jimmy Johnson, a 2021 newcomer at 45 years of age. He'll be racing for Chip Ganassi Racing next year, driving the number 48 machine on road and street courses. Looking forward to seeing Jimmy out on track in the new calendar year. He's going to get another chance or two, most likely to test before we head into 2021. Jimmy was at the end of the timing sheets yesterday, about 3.8 seconds off of the best lap time set by VeeKay. But surely a professional such as Jimmy and his stature in motorsports, we definitely expect him to get things lined out over the next 12 months or so, and by the end of the year in 2021, he'll likely be knocking on the door of some top 10 finishes. See Filippini gets into the wall right there. Likely on a qualifying run with reduced downforce levels, and Tim Doyle using all the track on corner exit himself right there. Cesar Manzato has posted a new fastest lap, 38.881. So far in the early goings, 9 cars have posted times thus far. Cesar Manzado and Manuel Gomez have each completed 24 laps, while Mikhail Hackstrom and Jalberio Garcia have logged 26 laps each. Cesar Manzado quickest so far at 38.881, but Tim Doyle, who you see on screen right now, is creeping up the charts, 38.897 on that last lap for Doyle. As I mentioned before, Tim Doyle, a former winner in the iRacing Indianapolis 500. He was also a participant in last year's Open-Wheels 500. Tim started 16th on the grid last year, ended up 23rd in the final tally. And last year's 4-lap average qualifying speed for Doyle, 229.526. That's a 4-lap average of 39.211 miles per hour, or I'm sorry, 39.211 seconds per lap. And right now you see Tim lapping the speedway completely by himself, putting in some strong laps. You know, we saw the 38.3 second lap that Brendan Lichtenberg poured in at the end of the day on Sunday. We will not see any speeds like that in single car qualifications due to the lack of draft that simply isn't available in qualifying. But you look at a lap of 38.889 for Tim Doyle, a single lap speed of 231.427 miles per hour, and that's quite a strong run. Last year, Young O's best lap in his pole-winning attempt at 229.925 miles an hour, his best lap time was 39.128 seconds. He ran that on both his second and his third laps, and Tim Doyle just ran about a tenth and a half quicker than that. Cesar Manzado's lap at 38.881 is also faster, but we believe he had a tow on his lap. He's out there on his own right now, so we'll see what kind of laps he puts up on his own. I also have Jalberio Garcia and Filippo Filippini out there. Let's ride around with Manzado for a little bit and see how he does on another qualification sim. But as we look at Doyle's time at 38.889 by himself, that's a clear indication we are definitely going to set new track records at the Open-Wheels 500 in 2020. We know that 39.143 4-lap average on seconds per lap. That's an average speed again at 229.925. That's definitely going to fall this year. And there'll probably be multiple times that we'll call out a new track record over qualifications weekend on Saturday and Sunday. First lap for Manzado by himself, a 39.178. So just by comparison, a 39.178 4-lap average last year, that would have actually had you as the 5th fastest time overall. But we are going to see higher speeds in qualifying certainly in 2020. Manzado clips the wall on corner exit at turn 4. Brings his car down the pit lane. But we're going to see higher speeds as a result of the added boost pressure when the aero screen was implemented on these Dallara IR18 chassis. Of course, last year at the Open Wheels 500, there was no aero screen on these Dallara Indy cars, but one added benefit of the aero screen here in iRacing is that it simply has brought the speeds up for our 2020 qualifying. It'll, as Christopher DeMeritt mentioned, it'll probably bring down the race pace just a hair with the added weight on the car and no qualifications boost in the race itself. But for qualifying, we're expecting speeds not only well into the 230 mile an hour range for a 4-lap average, but perhaps even into the 231 mile an hour range. One of the storylines heading into qualifying, will anybody be able to knock off the vaunted Young O? He is the current defending pole sitter at the Open Wheels 500. And he is also the reigning pole sitter at the iRacing Indy 500. He grabbed the pole this past May and broke the previous iRacing Indy 500 pole record. Will he be able to do it again here at the 2020 Open Wheels 500? I'd like to give a shout out to Logan Detweiler. He's watching us on the YouTube stream, and he asks in the chat, will Open Wheels TV be airing on Sunday? That'll be day 2 of qualifications. And yes, we will be airing live on Sunday beginning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. And we'll have qualifying live stream coverage from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sunday. And what we'll have for you, it'll be a little bit of a kind of a rudimentary race control behind the scenes live stream. I'll be kind of conducting qualifications from a procedural standpoint as race director, and won't be adding as much commentary. But we'll always have a live feed of the current qualifier on track. We'll have live scoring up on the left-hand side of your screen. And you won't miss a moment of qualifying at the Open Wheels 500 here in 2020. All coverage will be split between Open Wheels TV here from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday, and then from 5 to 6 p.m. on Race Spot TV on Saturday and Sunday. Moving quickly through this first hour of track availability. The track is open for 8 hours today. On Sunday, we opened the track at 2 p.m. Eastern and closed practice at 9 p.m. Today, and throughout the rest of practice for the Open Wheels 500, we're opening the track at 1 p.m. and closing at 9 p.m. So 8 hours of track time available today, 8 hours available again on Thursday and Friday. And then during race week, next week, we'll have 8 hours available on Tuesday and Thursday. And then for final practice at the day before the 500, we'll also cover that 1 hour practice on Saturday, November the 14th, right here on Open Wheels TV. That's from 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Watching Filippo Filippini kind of do a bit of a mock run as he times his warm-up lap. I'm sorry, he was timing his out lap. Drivers must cross the start-finish line within 60 seconds of them leaving the pit lane exit line. And you see Filippini and Hagstrom come together right there. Hagstrom was on a flyer. Filippini was on his warm-up lap of his simulated attempt, and they're certainly going to talk it out after that one. But again, right here when Filippini leaves that line with the 2 green cones, he has 60 seconds to reach the start-finish line to begin his warm-up lap. So we'll go back to Filippo and follow him here. So he has 60 seconds to leave the pit lane and go all the way around the track and reach the yard of bricks at the start-finish line. At that point, he begins his warm-up lap, which is not timed. He'll go around and complete the warm-up lap without any time or speed requirements in place. And once he completes the warm-up lap, he will have begun his first timed lap. From that point on, your 4 consecutive laps are timed to come up with a 4-lap average, and that represents your qualification speed. Just about 10 minutes remaining in this first hour coverage of day 2 practice at the Open-Wheels 500. There'll be another 7 hours of coverage where that came from. As we mentioned earlier, capping the day with Today at the 500, presented by Open-Wheels TV. Again, joining us on Today at the 500 will be Adam Blocker, driver for Power Slide Motorsports. Carter McCue will also join the program, the Vice President of Competitions for Open-Wheels Motorsports Sanctioning. We'll have one or two other drivers with some time to spare. They'll hop in and we'll have some more interviews. And that'll put a bow on day 2 at the Open-Wheels 500. Action moves quick here at IMS, and before you know it, it'll be qualifying weekend, and those are 2 very long, exciting, agonizing days for the drivers. I'd like to give a quick shout out to Phil and Josh at the Grip Strip podcast. They had me on their taping of their latest episode last night. So big thanks to them. Josh actually has an entry in this year's Open-Wheels 500. He's driving the Grip Strip podcast car with additional sponsorship from Exalta. And he's piloting a Honda Delar IR18. Josh from Florida. And one of the things we talked about on the Grip Strip podcast last night we're happy to discuss kind of what makes qualifying for this Open Wheels 500 unique and special, and really a treat for those both watching and participating. It's the limited attempts. Drivers only have 3 attempts to qualify. Every time you re-qualify, you have to withdraw your previous attempt time, and that puts a lot of pressure on these drivers. In the iRacing Indianapolis 500, drivers have unlimited attempts. So while there is pressure when you know you're on a good run, it's not quite the same as rolling off the pit lane and you know you only have 1 more attempt remaining. And one driver that summed things up quite well last year was Young O, who we mentioned at the midpoint of today's broadcast. He's a driver with a lot of experience at Indianapolis here on iRacing, a former iRacing Indy 500 winner, and of course a former pole sitter at the iRacing Indianapolis 500 as well as the Open-Wheels 500. And one thing that was really special for me last year is to hear a guy like Young, who's accomplished a lot in sim racing. He said this was the first time I was ever sitting in my car on the pit lane waiting for my chance to qualify, and I actually had a little bit of nervous energy, some butterflies. So for us to create an atmosphere and product that makes somebody like Young O nervous, and I heard that from multiple drivers throughout qualifying weekend last year. Adam Plunkett, he was a driver that actually missed the show. He said, you know, I'm not even that broken up about missing the actual race because I had such a great time. Even, you know, trying to sweat it out through this qualifications 2-day session. You know, Adam was nothing but complimentary about last year's race, and, you know, even in the face of defeat, so to speak, he was very excited to see this event return. Unfortunately, Adam not able to participate this year, but we look forward to having him back in 2021. And really that's what it's all about, is building something that is difficult for these sim racers to conquer, and that way when they achieve something like making the race or earning a top 10 or perhaps even winning, they really feel like it's earned and warranted with the efforts that they put in to get there. So really that makes us excited at Open-Wheels Motorsports Sanctioning, and knowing that we're creating something that puts some stress on the drivers, almost in a cruel sort of way. We enjoy that because it really creates not only great showings here on Open Wheels TV and Race Spot TV, but it also honestly establishes the Open Wheels 500 as truly the premier sim racing 500 here on iRacing. And that's something that we're very proud of and looking forward to build through 2020 and on into next year's event in November of 2021. So if you're watching this right now and you're not registered for next year's race, the entry period won't open until next summer, but you can feel free to email me. My email is tanner@open-wheels.com. And just say you're interested in more information about participating in the 2021 Open Wheels 500-mile race. We'll make sure to take care of all of our interested participants for the 2021 event. And hopefully have an even bigger field in 2021 as we have here in 2020. Welcome Christian Steele into the chat. Unfortunately, Christian can't participate in this year's race, but hope you're having a good time at the University of Utah. And maybe we'll see Christian back at the 2021 Open Wheels 500. He's a driver, part of the Indy 500 group. You can check them out on all the major social media platforms, We follow them on Facebook, Twitter, and they also put some pretty good videos up on YouTube. Some comedic value. Thanks for the compliment from SUP RS Super Modified Sim Racing. He says, love that this race follows the greatest but now gone format of qualifying for the real 500. And really that's what we've tried to do is blend some of the characteristics of the Indianapolis 500 in years past that, you know, perhaps aren't part of the 2-week festivities at present. And while the current Indianapolis 500 qualifications format is exciting, we wanted to give drivers a chance to experience sort of the old-time format of crowning a pole sitter on the first day and setting the field of 33 on the next day, where the fastest 33 make it in. There's no shootouts or anything like that. Definitely two ways to peel the onion, but the drivers were very excited to partake in last year's qualifications format, and we're excited to bring that back for 2020. And answer Logan's question, Adam Blocker will be back for this year's Open Wheels 500. He'll be one of the drivers that'll be joining us for tonight's edition of Today at the 500. Adam will be participating. Unfortunately, it's Adam Plunkett, as Dakota mentioned there, who will not be participating in this year's race. That's Adam Plunkett, a driver for Sadie Sim Autosport last year. Sadie Sim does have representation in the field, though, on the entry list in 2020. Simon Bryant returns. He was a 4th place finisher at last year's event. You'll also have John Downing coming back. John had a respectable run, 16th at the Open Wheels 500 last year. And Rick Music, a former iRacing Indianapolis 500 pole sitter. Rick will be back for Sadie Sim Autosport in 2020. He finished 8th last year at the Open Wheels 500. So a lot of strong contenders coming back for Sadie Sim. We mentioned on Sunday it'll be exciting to see how the perhaps group to beat, the I-5G, Broken Arrow, and Apex Racing Team conglomerate, they were strong throughout the month of May. Only driver to best them was the aforementioned Young O, who did not participate in the races at the iRacing Indianapolis 500, but that I-5G, Apex, Broken Arrow team will be very strong. We expect Team Talent will be strong in 2020. And you have to expect the group from Powerslide Motorsports, including Henry Bennett, Adam Blocker, Andrew Kinsella, a newcomer for the 2020 Open Wheels 500. He's not your traditional rookie. He's a former iRacing Indianapolis 500 winner in his own right. But he'll be a rookie at this year's Open Wheels 500 since he was not part of the starting field in 2019. So keep an eye on Andrew Kinsella as well. Powerslide will be strong, and that's just a few of the groups that'll have extensive representation at this year's race. You also have a strong showing from Satellite Racing. Could also throw in All-American iRacers. Matt Hollabaugh, one of those drivers that was near the top of the order on Sunday. He'll be strong. Of course, can't forget Ludicrous Speed and the team that Young O, Tim Doyle, Joe Branch, Chris Cahoe. That's a strong group as well, and you'd expect most of those drivers to be contending for a spot in the top 33. So you put all those teams together, the 33 spots in our starting field begins to fill up quite quickly. And you'd expect there will be more than a few independent racers, perhaps even Dylan Freckleton, an independent driver who made the field last year at the Open Wheels 500, or some teams with lesser experience in the Open Wheels 500 to find their way into that starting field this year. Can't forget the Spark VR Last Lap Motorsports group of Matt and Ray Kingsbury. Ray, he notched a win in the iRacing Indianapolis 500's top split back in May. So he will certainly be a contender, presumably this November. We could go on for quite a while with folks that are going to really bring it on qualifications weekend. Again, pole day on Saturday and bump day on Sunday. It's going to be crazy at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I want to say hi to Dakota DiCienzo. He's in the chat right now, chatting with Logan, Christian Steele. Great to have you guys listening along, watching today as we work through not only the work day, but it's election day here in the United States. And an anniversary that I failed to recognize on Sunday. It was actually my 3-year anniversary of owning Open-Wheels.com. So it was on November 1st, 2017, that we relaunched Open Wheels under new ownership. And at that time brought Open Wheels into a dedicated IndyCar series and Road to Indy news coverage outlet. And that continued all the way up to June of this year. And at that point, we transitioned Open Wheels from covering IndyCar news to being a dedicated site for the Open Wheels 500. So make sure to head on over to open-wheels.com. And there you'll be able to find pretty much everything you need to know about the Open Wheels 500-mile race. You can check out the entry list, photos from not only previous practice sessions, but we'll have photos from today's practice uploaded in the next day or two. Access to the daily trackside report, the rule book, the event schedule, and much more. Just visit open-wheels.com. Well, that's going to round out the first hour of coverage here on Open Wheels TV. Don't go anywhere. We'll keep the video live right here. We're just going to take a quick, about a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll give you a little bit of a rundown of the times as they currently stand. It continues to be Cesar Manzado at the top of the board. Best lap time of 38.881 seconds as he leads through the first hour of practice, day 2 at the Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. Our coverage brought to you by the Majors Series. Be back in just a little bit. See you in about 15 minutes. Coverage of the 2020 Open Wheels 500 is brought to you by the Majors Series, presenting partner of Open Wheels 500 broadcast. Mitchell Transmissions, presenting sponsor of the Open Wheels 500. Pit Lane Parley podcast. Listen to Pit Lane Parley today on all major podcast platforms. And the Majors Garage, the official setup shop of the Open Wheels 500. And welcome back to practice for the 2020 Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. Excited to have you along for day 2 practice here at Indianapolis. It's the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the virtual version, of course, here on iRacing. You're with us during our little break from commentary. You saw us pop up the leaderboard on the left-hand side. Still got a handful of drivers left before we fill up that left side leaderboard, but wanted to get some folks up on there. You see Cesar Manzado continues to lead the way, a best lap time of 38.881 seconds, followed closely by Tim Doyle, Jesper Orman, Angelo Luigi Soleo, Mikhail Hagstrom, Andrea Giacometti, Chris Wilhite, Jalberio Garcia, Filippo Filippini, Manuel Gomez, Dave Stedman, who is the Iron Man from day 1 of practice, over 200 laps completed on Sunday for Dave. We also have Niall McBride and Raul Alvarez, who have placed times thus far in practice. Matt Hollabaugh, one of our top 3 on the leaderboard from Sunday, he has also presented his car on the pit lane, and we'll expect him to make some laps at some point this afternoon. As you see there on the leaderboard pylon, just about 6.5 hours remaining in practice today. Right now you're watching Raul Alvarez out on track, making laps in his Cosgrove Motorsport Honda. Nice black and white livery for Raul. Raul's not a newcomer to the Open Wheels 500. He was part of last year's race. If I remember correctly, he entered a Dallara DW12 chassis last year. He qualified 64th overall, a best 4-lap average speed of 225.534 miles an hour. And Raul is back this year in a Dallara IR18 chassis. So a good-looking car right there for Raul Alvarez. Current best lap time of 41.030 seconds. Logan Detweiler in the chat gave us a prop on our graphics for this year's Open Wheels 500 on Open Wheels TV. Yeah, we worked real hard to try to upgrade our production package as a whole here in 2020 and give you a better leaderboard on the left-hand side, a ticker at the bottom of the screen that can give you a little bit of information throughout the day. And for anybody who caught the introduction to today's show, we're happy to bring back the IndyCar on ABC theme that was used from 1999 to 2018. With a big help from Faye Costantine at ABC, we were able to get permission to use that theme throughout the month of November. And you'll see that on all Open Wheels 500 broadcasts this month. Very excited to add that part to our production value here in 2020. Also mentioned in the comment section of our live chat for today's stream. Christian Steele mentioned how 1 year a driver could be competing for the pole, and 2 years later you could be on the outside looking in. And really that's the fickle nature of Indianapolis, not only here in iRacing but in real life. Always a challenge getting around this 2.5 mile oval, which, as Carter and I elaborated on Sunday, while all the corners, they're supposed to be identical in their construction, their radius, the banking. For anybody who's driven this track, either real life or on the sim, you know that's far from the case. Each corner with its own unique set of characteristics that really make you push the envelope every time. And by the third or fourth lap of a strong qualifications run, you're holding on for dear life. And really that's what it's all about, just as Christian said in the chat. And that's what makes us excited for another month of November here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Watching Andrea Giacometti make some laps right now. He's currently 6th fastest in today's practice session. Looking out the back of his machine, and of course he promptly takes it onto the access roads. Now you're riding out the back of Jesper Orman's car. See on the back of his machine, the team's given name, Three Crowns Racing, and they are powered by Honda. One unique piece of the puzzle here at the 2020 Open Wheels 500 is drivers can align with one of the two IndyCar manufacturer brands of the NTT IndyCar series. That's Chevrolet and Honda, and PR reps from both of those companies were happy enough and nice enough to grant us that sort of permission this year, so we can mention the driver's engine affiliation on broadcast both here on Open Wheels TV as well as Race Spot TV. So adds a little bit to the realism factor for the 2020 Open Wheels 500 and gives us yet another talking point while promoting two great partners of IndyCar in real life, Chevrolet and Honda. So big thanks to everything that they do in the NTT IndyCar series, and we're looking forward to seeing those two engine manufacturers continue well into the next handful of years. Jesper Orman comes ripping down the front stretch. He's on a race trim run. Last lap at 40.884 seconds. So I mentioned from Christian Steele in the chat, he asked, when this practice session ends, does another one come up? Or does the broadcast end until you do the Today at the 500 episode? Well, actually, the practice will continue without interruption all the way to 9 p.m. Eastern time, so that part in the sim won't change. We will go off the air here on YouTube at 7:30 p.m. and end this practice broadcast. We'll have a short 30-minute break in the streaming here on Open Wheels TV, and then at 8 p.m. Eastern time we'll be back and we'll rejoin progress for the happy hour of this practice, the final 60 minutes of track action, and take it all the way to the end of practice for today. So good question, Christian, and I see Logan mentioned there, imagine the Fox Major League Baseball theme being used. I think that is a great theme as well, and something I remember through my childhood growing up watching baseball on Fox. We did see they went to sort of their generic NFL theme for many of their platforms throughout the 2010s. I wasn't necessarily thrilled with that move, but as Logan says, good to see that they brought back that Fox Major League Baseball theme for their Saturday broadcast as well as the World Series, which just finished up. Los Angeles Dodgers winning the title here in 2020. Congratulations to the Dodgers. A little painful for a Los Angeles Angels fan to see the Dodgers get a title before the Angels again, but they've waited quite a long time. It'd been since 1988 to see the Dodgers pick up a World Series victory, so congratulations to them, and hopefully at some point the Angels can get back on top. Get Mike Trout back to the postseason. Angels have only made the postseason one time through Mike Trout's tenure with the Major League club. That was back in 2014 when the team eventually was swept by the Kansas City Royals. The Royals run to a World Series in that year. Angels actually had the best record in baseball back in 2014. They won 98 games. Unfortunately, couldn't make anything happen in the postseason, and it's been 6 years now since the Halos made it back to the playoffs. As Logan mentions in the chat, 2002, the only year for the Angels winning a World Series. Their team founded back in 1961. They'll celebrate a 60th anniversary in 2021. Just under 6.5 hours left in practice. Cesar Manzado continues to lead. You see Andrea Giacometti as well as Niall McBride head out on track for some practice. McBride, one of those drivers just left on the outside looking in last year, was 37th fastest in qualifications by the end of bump day qualifying on Sunday. And he actually became one of the 3 alternates when Brandon Traino had to drop out of the starting field due to obligations with his NASCAR pit crew duties. That moved everybody up one position and moved Andrew Wood, a fellow team talent member. He was 34th and the first man out of the show by the end of the day on Sunday. But when Traino exited on Monday, that moved Wood into the final spot in the field. And McBride actually became one of the 3 alternate drivers and would have had an opportunity to make the field if 3 more drivers did not show up. He was an alternate with Adam Plunkett and Chad Simpson. Unfortunately for them, everybody else showed up. We had a full field of 33 drivers on Sunday, November 17th, 2019. And that meant Niall, Adam, and Chad missed the field for the inaugural Open Wheels 500-mile race. So Niall's been working hard to narrow that gap. We talked to him, I believe, during the open test back in mid-October. He mentioned last year the conditions really didn't allow for him to put in as much practice as he would have liked towards preparing his car for a qualifications attempt in 2019. He feels much better about things in 2020, and he'll look to make the starting field here at year 2 in the Open Wheels 500-mile race. Niall McBride out on track right there with sponsorship from OpenWheels.com. Always happy to see drivers put Open Wheels on the side of the car. We don't hand out any money for sponsorships for sure, but cool to see everybody supporting the event, the website, in the way that they have. And as long as we can find the time to do it, raise a little bit of money to cover our expenses, and the sim racing community is excited about the event, we'll be back with the Open Wheels 500, and we plan to do so once again in 2021. Just taking a look at our chat. Yeah, Christian, I know he's from Southern California, just as I am, and struggling through yet another Angels season. Yeah, just not enough depth in the rotation, like you said, particularly on the front end for the Angels, which is really painful because, becoming a Halos fan in the 2000s, maybe that was a charmed life we lived for a little bit there. It's certainly been the best time period in the Angels club history. They won AL West Division titles in 04, 05, 07, and 2009. And hallmarks of those teams were great pitching. You remember John Lackey, Jared Washburn, in later years Jared Weaver, Irvin Santana. Bartolo Colon was a Cy Young winner for the Angels in 2005. A lot of great starting pitching depth, which led to strong bullpens for Mike Scioscia's teams. Of course, Francisco Rodriguez set the record for Major League Baseball saves in one season. That was in 2008 with 62. The Angels went on to win 100 games that year. Scott Shields was a longtime reliever for the Angels, a great setup man and spot starter whenever they needed him. And even when K-Rod moved on in 2009, Brian Fuentes did a good job filling the role of closer. And those Angels teams, they won a ton of games off of their pitching and key hitting that put a lot of pressure on opponents, and you just haven't seen that from the team over the last handful of years. Difficult to watch them lose in general, but especially with Mike Trout, he's not getting any younger. We'd like to see the Angels back in the postseason sometime soon, and it's always good to have your best players in the sport get back to the postseason. Thanks to Logan adding some commentary on when the NFL theme was used on MLB Fox broadcast. He mentions from the NLCS in 2010 until the postseason last October in 2019. They used that NFL theme. And yes, 2008, Angels had a great team that year, 100 games won. They acquired Mark Teixeira at the break in 2008 and had him for the last few months of the season. And he was a great boost to that lineup. Unfortunately, the Angels couldn't get through the Red Sox in the 2000s. They thankfully broke that curse in 2009, but again fell to Boston in the ALDS in 2008, while the Red Sox went on to win the World Series. Or I'm sorry, I think in 08, the Red Sox lost to the Tampa Bay Rays in the ALCS, and the Philadelphia Phillies went on to win that World Series. But in 2008, yeah, the Angels had Mark Teixeira for a little bit. And unfortunately, he went on signed with the Yankees in 2009 and promptly won a World Series with New York, their first season in the new Yankee Stadium. So fun to talk a little bit of baseball. We'll get back to the on-track action. 6 hours, 15 minutes left in practice. So we check our live timing and scoring. That's at open-wheels.com/timing. 17 drivers have presented their cars on the pit lane so far today. Cesar Manzado still the fastest driver thus far. Best lap time 38.881 seconds, followed by Tim Doyle, Jesper Orman, Angelo Luigi Saleo, and Mikael Hagstrom. 12 drivers have posted times quicker than 40 seconds today. Driver with the most laps completed to this point is Mikael Hagstrom with 78. Other notables include 52 for Jalberio Garcia, 47 for Niall McBride, 46 for Angelo Luigi Soleo, and 45 for Cesar Manzato. Best 5-lap average speed was set by Tim Doyle at 39.261 seconds. And the best 10-lap average thus far, Jesper Orman, 40.894 seconds. Top trap speed so far today, it's a tie between Andrea Giacometti and Mikael Hagstrom, 238.9 miles per hour. Big thanks to everybody who's tuned in to today's practice broadcast. I already have more viewers than any point in Sunday's broadcast, so a good way to get away from what may be going on at work. Throw on some Open Wheels 500 practice in the background. And tonight, if you want a distraction from the election, flip on to today, the 500. We'll be on at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll give you final hour coverage of Tuesday practice here at the Open Wheels 500. We're going to take a quick lunch break and be back in about a half hour's time at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time as Niall McBride makes a quick exit from the racing surface right there. Hard crash from McBride, but we got a little three-car action going on here. Matt Hollibaugh joined by Jesper Orman and looks like Hugo Olsen out there. Hugo in the gold car at the back of the pack, Matt in the middle, and Jesper leading the way. Strong day for Matt Hollibaugh on Sunday. He just missed the show. Last year was 40th fastest at the end of bump day qualifications. We're going to step aside for just a few moments and let you watch the action on track. Looks like a little race trim practice. Racing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on a Tuesday afternoon. It's practice for the 2020 Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. Today's broadcast presented live by the Major Series. We'll be back at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time with some more commentary and updates. For now, we'll leave you with the sights and sounds of practice at Indy, and you can keep track of all the lap times at our little score bug on the left-hand side, or by visiting open-wheels.com/timing. Be back in just a little bit on the Open Wheels Radio Network. Coverage of the 2020 Open Wheels 500 is brought to you by the Majors Series, presenting partner of Open Wheels 500 broadcast. Mitchell Transmissions, presenting sponsor of the Open Wheels 500. Pit Lane Parley podcast. Listen to Pit Lane Parley today on all major podcast platforms. And the Majors Garage, the official setup shop of the Open Wheels 500. And welcome back to live coverage of Day 2 practice at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's preparations towards the 2020 Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. Excited to bring you guys live extended coverage of practice once again today as we get excited for Qualifications weekend, just a few days away. Pole day on Saturday and bump day on Sunday. Since we left you, we got a new leader atop the board. It's AJ Musselman, who found his way into the top 5 by the end of the day on Sunday. AJ again now quickest in this session, which is just about 2 hours and 15 minutes old. He just put in a time 38.748 seconds. And you watched Matt Hollabaugh, a pretty spectacular crash there as Mikhail Hagstrom continues along. Musselman, Manzotto, Doyle, Giacometti, and Orman make up the top 5. So far there's 7 drivers with a lap quicker than 39 seconds. 18 drivers have posted times so far, and we have 19 individuals who have presented their car to pit lane for Tuesday practice. Make sure to stick around throughout the day, and at 8 p.m. we'll have the second airing of Today at the 500. Adam Blocker, driver for Powerslide Motorsports and a Chevrolet engineer for the NTT IndyCar Series. He'll be joining us on the show. Carter McCue, the VP of Competition for Open-Wheels Motorsports Sanctioning. He'll be helping us out on the broadcast a little bit later, and we'll see who else we can yank into the commentary booth for some insight and analysis. That's again on Today at the 500 this evening, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Open Wheels TV. These long practice days, just like NBC does with the gold package during the Indianapolis 500, gives us a chance to talk about a variety of topics. One of them posed by Christian Steele in the chat earlier was thoughts on Alex Blow moving to Chip Ganassi Racing for 2021. Obviously a strong season for Blow at Dale Coyne Racing. He had a great run throughout the 2020 season, was impressive, and bounced back after being involved in an early accident with eventually our Rookie of the Year candidate, Rinus VK. That was back at Texas Motor Speedway in June at the IndyCar season opener. VK went on to win the Rookie of the Year award, while Blow had a good season in his own right and turned a few heads. I think it'll be a great combination at Chip Ganassi Racing. It was interesting to see Felix Rosenquist leave Chip Ganassi Racing. He'll be running with Arrow McLaren SP next season. Takes over for Oliver Askew in the number 7 machine. And Marcus Ericsson will continue with Chip Ganassi Racing to create a 4-car lineup of the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. He'll be running that car on road and street courses, as we mentioned previously. And another driver will drive that car on ovals, yet to be determined. Then you add in Ericsson, who seems to be improving and settling in with Ganassi. And can't forget about Scott Dixon, obviously the newly crowned champion of the NTT IndyCar Series, obviously a legend in the sport. And then you bring in Alex Palou, and I think that's a great four-car lineup with a good mix of past and present experience that will certainly give Ganassi an opportunity to succeed in 2021. It'll be interesting to see where Tony Kanaan ends up. He mentioned during the month of August that he expected another chance at the Indianapolis 500. Didn't want his last ride per se to be with no fans in attendance at the Indianapolis 500, so he's going to try to be back in 2021. Maybe he's a contender for that Ganassi seat, sharing the 48 with Jimmy Johnson. Will James Hinchcliffe end up at Andretti Autosport? He subbed in late in the year for Zach Veach in the number 26 machine. Certainly, it's been an interesting IndyCar offseason to this point, and the odds are it's only going to get more dicey as we move into the meat of November and December and start looking towards 2021. Then who's going to fill that role recently vacated by Palou at Dale Coyne Racing? Who will they pair with Santino Ferrucci, as we assume that he will be back with Dale Coyne Racing in 2021, but not sure if he is being courted by any other teams. Rumors have been out there that perhaps Ferrucci has been getting some interest outside of Dale Coyne Racing. And you can't forget Scott McLaughlin, the three-time V8 Supercars champion. He'll come to IndyCar next year and run full-time with Team Penske. So obviously Scott McLaughlin's going to be a contender for Newcomer of the Year. Just a great 2021 season on tap already, and we just finished 2020 days ago. So really excited to see how that all plays out. In the chat, the debate right now is the number 20 machine for Ed Carpenter Racing. Will Ed Carpenter relinquish his oval races aside from Indy? We know he'll be back for Indy next year. That's the debate right now going on in our chat. It'll be interesting to see what comes of that 20 car over the next few years. Obviously, Ed Carpenter, he's come very close to winning the Indianapolis 500 previously. He's a multi-Indy 500 pole sitter and certainly knows how to make his way around ovals on the NTT IndyCar Series circuit. Where will Connor Daly end up? Will he actually get a full-time ride? He split his duties between Ed Carpenter Racing and Carlin in 2020. Picked up a pole for Carlin at Iowa during the doubleheader. As we turn our attention just in time to Matt Hollabaugh to watch him end up in the wall. And now we've got Dylan Freckleton on the screen. Right now, Freckleton 8th fastest with a best lap of 39.004 seconds. Freckleton is a driver who found his way into the inaugural Open Wheels 500 last year. Qualified 18th at a speed of 229.488 miles per hour. The independent entry hailing from the UK and Ireland club. In 2020, Freckleton will be driving a Dallara IR18 Honda, and again he'll look to make this year's race as an independent entry. Unfortunately for Dylan, last year he had some mechanical issues on the pacing laps. Did not make the start of the race and never saw the green flag, so hoping for some better luck for Dylan in 2020. Worked really hard to get where he did last year, and looks like he's putting in some strong laps at the moment. Just got under 39 seconds on his own, 38.998. So that's a strong qualifications run right now going for Dylan Freckleton without a toe. He'll be one to watch when we get to the weekend. Pole day on Sunday, or Saturday, I'm sorry, and bump day on Sunday. So while we've got a quick moment here, just about 5.5 hours left in practice, 3:30 p.m. on the East Coast. Thanks for watching today's practice coverage of the Open-Wheels 500 live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway here on iRacing. We're going to try to bring in a driver here who's been prominent in our practice sessions thus far at the Open-Wheels 500. We got Jester Orman joining us in the booth. Jester, you got a copy?
I do. Hello.
Yeah, welcome to the program. Excited to have you as part of the Open-Wheels 500 this year. First and foremost, what are your first impressions of the event as we've been through the first couple days of practice so far?
Yeah, well, I'm super excited to be part of this. This is so well done of you guys, and I'm thrilled to be able to compete with the best in the world, and I'm looking forward to this weekend so much. It's going to be incredible.
Talking right now to Jester Orman, driver for Three Crowns Racing. You've had some strong runs thus far. Really, what's been the focus in these two practice sessions as we build towards the weekend?
Yeah, I've been really working hard in the poddenvopsy.com Honda race car. Really, for me, it's been a challenge to get up to speed for the qualifying mode because, I'm a rookie. Basically, I know I have to have a really good setup to be able to make the race. Well, we all kind of fumbling in the dark. We don't know exactly where everybody is, but I'm hoping that what I have, what I can do, will be enough to make the race. And I hope also my teammate Oliver Silva is going to make the race. That'd be great if we had our two cars in the show. That'd be amazing for our team.
Yeah, you mentioned Oliver Silva. He was a driver that participated in last year's Open-Wheels 500. He was actually 42nd quickest during qualifying, so just a little bit outside the bubble during 2019 qualifications. What have you been able to draw from him and his experience being part of this event last year, and how does that help you as we look towards the weekend and onwards?
Yeah, it's been great. He's helping with basically everything. Uh, Getting started with the Indy cars and all the secrets and all the tips and everything you can think of. And he's also helping me with uh, things such as racing paints and all that kind of stuff. So he's a really good teammate, and I think we make each other faster and better. And yeah, it's great to have him.
Right now, talking to Jesper Orman, driver for Three Crowns Racing, with sponsorship from Indy Podden and Vopsy.com. Talk about your sponsors a little bit. I hope I was close on the pronunciations, but run through what they are and what they bring to your entry this year.
Yeah, so Indy Podden is a Swedish podcast covering the IndyCar series, especially now with Felix and Marcus in the show. So that's great for Swedish racing, and basically they were the ones who got me also interested and hooked, especially for this Indy 500 event, annual event, which is amazing. I can't. I have a dream to come over and watch the Indy 500 someday. I hope it will be next year. And my other sponsor, our other sponsor for the team is Vopsy.com, which is our teammate Vilda Wallin. She's a really good. She's amazing. She's an amazing painter. She paints all our cars. She's also a professional. Well, kind of professional. It's possible to talk to her and to basically she will she paints setups for lots of cars. So if you're interested in a really good looking paint scheme, Vilda is definitely one of those out there that you can contact.
Yeah, and I'd like to just for a moment talk about what you mentioned a moment ago, the impact of Felix Rosenquist and Marcus Ericsson on fans' interaction with the IndyCar series back in Sweden. How much of an impact do those guys make in bringing eyeballs from Sweden over to the IndyCar series?
Surprisingly, a lot, I think. You know, we're a small country, 10 million people, and if you look at for instance, the Facebook community, there's over 12,000 Swedish followers following Felix and Marcus. So it's been amazing. And also we have the legacy of Kenny Breck, which won the 1999 Indy 500, perhaps.
Yeah, I believe you're correct.
Yeah. So, and also we have Stefan Johansson, who's also raced in the Indy cars, I think. So Swedish tradition is pretty strong in Indy cars, and just a lovely series. And yeah, the Indy 500 is just amazing.
Talking right now to Jesper Orman, newcomer to the Open Wheels 500, but you're not a newcomer to iRacing or the IndyCar in particular. What other forms of racing do you indulge in here on the iRacing service that people could follow you on?
Yeah, well, I'm a big fan of this IndyCar Dallara IR18 car, of course. That's my main car, basically. I've been racing a little bit of one of those open, what's it called, Mazdas and stuff like that, but this is basically the only series I'm driving right now. So I was away from what's it called, sim racing for about 10 years. I started with R Factor. Basically lost a bit of interest and came back 2 years ago and found iRacing and been hooked ever since, because it's just the best multiplayer online simulation out there.
I'd have to agree. And For you, Jester, what's drawn you into participating in the Open Wheels 500? We've seen other drivers that had stepped away for a while. Were reeled in by not only iRacing and the improvements that they've been making, but thankfully our event was enticing enough to get them more excited in sim racing again. For you, what's it been like to kind of build the excitement towards this year's Open Wheels 500? And now that you're in it, what do you enjoyed the most?
Yeah, my teammate Oliver, he was the one who basically introduced the Open Wheels 500 to me last year, like in December or something, and I was gutted missing the show last year, so I was determined to make it this year, and here we are, basically. So the feel of the detail of the organization is just amazing. Really feels like I'm part of something big, you know. Maybe I'm taking this too far because I'm just swallowing everything about Indy cars and the Indy 500 right now. I'm watching documentaries, I'm reading up on history, and it's amazing. And this is one of the ways that I and we all, I guess, can participate in something that we really can enjoy, and something that that we will basically we can make history together, maybe, who knows.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate those sentiments. And as I've mentioned a couple times on our broadcast this year, for me, it's all about creating an environment for our sim racing family that really allows sim racers to get as close as possible to experiencing those emotions and highs and lows that are experienced by drivers at the real life Indy 500 every year. And so for us at Open-Wheels Motorsports Sanctioning, we're very excited to hear those kind of comments and know that you guys feel the weight and how big this event really is, because we try to do all we can to kind of build that suspense and the attention to detail and try to run a professional event. It really means a lot to us to hear those positive remarks, and gives us the motivation to continue on in the upcoming years. It's really an honor to bring it to the sim racing community, and we're glad that you're enjoying it.
You guys, you're making an amazing job, Tanner. You're just making this incredible, I think, and also have to thank the sponsors of Michelin Transmissions for being a part of this. I hope we can build a legacy that I will really be happy to be part of that legacy. That'd be amazing.
Well, we're happy to have you here. It's Jesper Orman. He's the driver of the number 87 IndyPodden.se and Vopsy.com Honda for Three Crowns Racing. Jesper, thanks a lot for joining the program today, man. If you're around at any other time during our broadcast, we'll be happy to pull you in the booth. And on your way out, any other individuals you'd like to give thanks to?
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to give a shout out to my teammates, Thomas, Vilda, Konu, Alexander, and also our good friend Hugo, who left us, but that's okay. He's a great guy. He's a great kid. So yeah, those guys especially, they make this they make racing together more fun.
Yeah, if I may, for one more question. Last year, we saw Hugo make the field, and for most of the folks in the IndyCar community here on iRacing, we hadn't really seen Hugo around too often in the big top split type Indy 500 races, and he kind of jumped on the map last year at the Open Wheels 500, and then he was a part of the top split Indy 500 this year. What kind of background could you share on Hugo? You mentioned he's a good kid and he's definitely fast.
Yeah, he is. He's maybe, to me, it feels like he's one of those aliens. He's just consistently faster, like a second per lap. He's just got that talent that's everybody wants, that I envy, and I think that him moving to a bigger team, that was a really good move for him, and I'm really excited to see what he can do this year, because he's I think he's got potential to be in the top. Absolutely, it's going to be really exciting to see him.
Hugo Olsen driving for Powerslide Motorsports this year. He's pilot of the number 39 entry, a Chevrolet IR18 chassis, and we saw him on the broadcast a little while ago in his gold livery, so it'll be easy to pick Hugo out in the crowd this year, and excited to see how he does. Well, thanks again, Jester, for joining us, man. It's really been a pleasure not only to have you here on the broadcast, a part of the 2020 Open Wheels 500, and we're happy that you're able to make it this year and hopefully for many years to come. I wish you the best of luck this week, man.
Thank you, Tanner. Thank you.
That's Jesper Orman joining us today on our practice broadcast at the Open Wheels 500. We're going to move him out of the booth now and take an opportunity to look at the leaderboard as it currently stands. AJ Musselman continues to lead the way while Cesar Manzado runs at 38.881, just behind Musselman's 38.748 high water mark. Tim Doyle, his 38.889 that was put up early on in the session, it's held up for third fastest. Andrea Giacometti has broken the top 5. He's fourth at 38.916. Jesper Orman, who we just spoke to, his best lap of the day, 38.917. Mikhail Hagstrom, 38.971, sixth fastest. Angelo Luigi Soleo, 38.982, seventh fast. Dylan Freckleton is eighth quickest. He's got a lap at 38.998. That was without a tow, so a strong run for Freckleton. Evan Adams, he is currently ninth, 39.004 seconds. And Matt Hollabaugh, 39.134. He is 10th overall. To this point, we've had a total of 23 drivers set times in practice. And we've got 26 drivers overall who have presented their car on the pit lane in practice today. So in a couple of cars, we'll have a full leaderboard on that left-hand side. I know that Pierre Bourdon has jumped in the session, DJ Johnson, Aaron Allen, all cars that have made their way onto the track or through Gasoline Alley and onto the pit lane. And in short order, they'll be making laps at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Preparations continue for the 2020 Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. Just running through some stats for us here while we watch a handful of drivers out on track right now, perhaps one of the busier time periods we've had through today's 2 hours and 45 minutes of practice. Got about 5 or 6 cars lapping the speedway currently. Of course, AJ Musselman's the driver with fastest lap of the day, but no driver's completed more laps than Mikhail Hagstrom. His Team Players Hagstrom machine has logged 133 laps so far. Second most is Jesper Orman at 75. So a pair of Scandinavia Club drivers at the top of the board, followed by a pair of Italian drivers, Andrea Giacometti and Angelo Luigi Soleo. Those two drivers have completed 64 and 63 laps, respectively. And with the 5th most laps complete, it's Niall McBride from Team Talent. 58 laps complete for Niall. The driver with the quickest 5-lap average continues to be Tim Doyle. He had 5 laps at an average time of 39.261 seconds, while Dave Stedman was not too far behind at 39.340. In the 10-lap category, fastest driver was Jesper Orman, 40.823 seconds for his best 10 laps consecutively. Evan Adams had 40.958, followed by Hugo Olsen and Niall McBride, also drivers with 10-lap averages quicker than 41 seconds. Only a few drivers have logged 15 consecutive laps for averages. That includes Hugo Olsen, 40.877. Just 1,000th behind him was Jesper Orman at 40.878. And then Niall McBride at 40.971. Top trap speed of the day, it's up to 241.5 miles an hour. AJ Musselman set back on his best lap that remains the top time in the session. Just about 5 hours and change left in practice today. You're watching DJ Johnson lap the Indianapolis Motor Speedway here on iRacing. DJ driving for Hawkins Autosport in a Chevrolet entry. He brings it down the pit lane, locks the tires up just a little bit, and promptly exits his machine. Right now, DJ, best lap of 39.786 seconds. Lewis Woodall out on track right now. His number 52 machine with sponsorship from the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Great to have Lewis here in 2020 as a newcomer at the Open Wheels 500-mile race. Lewis working on some race trim sessions, and of course the announcer's curse, he brings his car to the pit lane. So we'll get around, find another driver. Angelo Luigi Soleo out on track, and we'll give him some love. He's a driver from North Sim Racing with sponsorship from Alex.it, Drive Game Seat, and Till & Horvat Racing Design. He's piloting a Chevrolet Delar IR18 entry, and he is from Italy. Right now, Angelo, 7th fastest overall. Making laps right now, exiting turn 4 at about 225 miles an hour. Well, we got a chance. And welcome back to practice at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We continue to cover day 2 practice at the Open-Wheels 500. Had a little bit of technical issues there. We had some internet dropouts, and not only did it put a halt to our broadcast there for a little bit, but also removed us from the session that we're in. So thanks for sticking with us as we move through day 2 practice at the Open-Wheels 500. Currently have AJ Musselman at the top of the board, followed by Cesar Manzato, Tim Doyle, Andrea Giacometti, and Jesper Orman in the top 5. As you look down on IMS, excited to bring you the next 4 hours on-track action. I'm sorry, about 5 hours as we run up to 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And while we got a chance, we'll bring back our leaderboard and try to settle back in after our abrupt interruption thanks to WOW Internet and Wi-Fi. Make sure to let them know how I feel about that particular instance, but nonetheless, under 5 hours remaining in practice today. Just got done talking to Jesper Orman, driver for 3 Crowns Racing. Jesper was a great guest and glad we could get through his interview without any issues, so to speak. Now we roll right along with continued coverage. A handful of drivers out on track right now. Jameel Hawkins, one of those drivers, as he dices with DJ Johnson, his teammate. A couple drivers running for Hawkins Autosport. Running closely behind one another, and those will make for some good photos later on when we add a photo gallery of today's action to openwheels.com. And we'll bring back our leaderboard on the left-hand side of the screen. Give you guys a little bit of reference for who's out on track and who's doing well today. Late pass into turn 1 puts Johnson ahead of Hawkins. Hawkins with a very high line, and he nearly scrubs the wall if he didn't actually get a piece of it exiting turn 2 there. But they race on. 2 drivers working through some race trim simulations at the moment. Pounding down the front stretch at IMS. Jameel Hawkins gets a run on DJ Johnson, jumps to the inside, and he'll take the top spot back in this little 2-car train. Most cars running by themselves here in the first couple days of practice, both Sunday and today. And we'd expect a lot of single car runs through this first week, where that entry list of 110 drivers will be whittled down to just 33. Jameel Hawkins ends up in the wall after a little bit of wheel-to-wheel battling with his teammate DJ Johnson. That'll bring it in to Jameel's run right here. Johnson brings it off the track into the pit lane as well. And you see their 2 cars back in the pit box. Pierre Bourdon, he's got a damaged race car, and he's going to stop it right there on the front stretch. So let's take some time to talk about Eric Peterson. Peterson, a newcomer to the Open Wheels 500. He's a driver of the number 36 machine for CIRE Sire Motorsports. Driving a Chevrolet entry for Marco Technologies, EcoPrint Q, and Papercut MF. Eric brings it down the pit lane. Good looking Dallara IR18 chassis right there. Eric, a member of the Midwest Club here on iRacing. And he pulls it into his pit box, signaling the end of that run while Aaron Allen rips by. Aaron out there racing in a all-black livery at the moment. He's driving for High Five Motorsport in a Chevrolet entry belonging to the Great Plains Club. So Aaron currently last in the session, a best lap at 41.004 seconds. But currently he laps the Indianapolis Motor Speedway over 220 miles an hour, working his way into shape for this weekend's Pit Lane Parley Qualifications. The pole award will be decided on Saturday, and bump day is on Sunday. That's when we'll set the field of 33 for the second annual Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. So thanks to those of you who had stuck around. We had a little internet outage that dropped us from the broadcast for a little while. Happy to have you come back and take in some more action here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We've had a nice little crowd of about 15 to 20 viewers throughout the day, a little bit more than what we had on Sunday. So steadily climbing and doing the best we can to put on the best presentation for you possible. Coming up on 4:10 p.m. Eastern Time in just a couple minutes from now. Then we'll take a bit of a break as we start to plan for tonight's Today at the 500 show. That again will be live at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Adam Blocker will join us as a driver guest. Carter McCue will add some commentary, so happy to have him on. We'll have another guest or two to surprise you with as we wrap up day 2 practice at the Open Wheels 500. Inching our way closer to qualifications weekend. And a nice little pack rolling off the pit lane right now. Jesper Orman and his IndyPod and Vodpsy.com machine right there for Three Crowns Racing. Gave it a bit of a shout out, and the artist who does the artwork for Three Crowns Racing. It's a great looking livery right there. He's going out for a little bit of practice action, and why don't we get on board right along with Jesper as he looks ahead to a little bit of traffic out on track. That's his teammate Oliver Silva. We'll watch on board with Jesper right here. Bring a little onboard camera courtesy of Mitchell Transmissions here. Jesper working what looks to be a race trim simulation. Oliver Silva getting a big run down the backstretch, pulls out away from from Jesper just a little bit. We hop on with Oliver, a bit of an issue with yeah, that's how it happens. Looks like it was Charles Teed, perhaps, that was slowed coming through turn 4 there. If we get a chance, let's hop on board again with Oliver Silva and watch that last lap. Actually, this is a replay of the two drivers. Silva moving down the backstretch, you see Teed merging, and I believe Teed gets trying to get out of the way. of Silva. He does pull the car off the track, but carries just a little bit too much speed, ends up right in front of Silva while Orman races in. And a vicious crash there ends up signaling the end of their runs, as it were. And we head back to live TV. Silva's still waiting on the pit lane, as is Orman. You see Teed had gotten back out on track, but he now joins the pit lane once again at the back half of your screen. We'll see who else we can ride around with out on track. Try to bring back that pit lane parlay on board cam. Pierre Bourdon is out there on track, just nicked the wall though. And he's going to bring his entry to a halt. Mikhail Hackstrom's out in the number 61 machine. We'll ride around with Mikhail and take you for a couple laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'll turn down the commentary just a little bit and let you hear the sights and the sounds of Indy cars at Indianapolis. And Mikhail Hackstrom with a nice clean entry to the pit lane. Brings his car back to the Team Players Hackstrom pit box. He'll receive some service and likely get ready for another attempt. Car up on the air jacks. We'll see if they drop him and he heads back out. Sure does. A little pit in, pit out practice for Hackstrom. Mikhail currently 6th fastest in the session. One of 8 drivers with a lap faster than 39 seconds, I'm sorry. Hackstrom brings his car out by the wall. Nice and easy out of turn 4 and down the front straightaway at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Just about 3 hours and 15 minutes completed in this session. Running up on 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So while we got a chance, we're going to take a little break from the commentary. We'll be back in about 30 minutes time at 4:45 p.m. Eastern. We'll give you an update on the happenings here during practice. And at that point, we'll take you into the 5 o'clock hour Eastern Time. It's practice day number 2 at the Open Wheels 500. Live on Open Wheels TV. We'll be back in just a little bit. You're watching Open Wheels 500 practice live on Open Wheels TV. welcome back to day 2 coverage of practice of the Open Wheels 500 presented by Mitchell Transmissions. We've got a newcomer to the session, and he's making his way up the timing charts. It's Marco Brazil, driver of the number 812 machine for Tent Factory Sim Racing. Marco, a former pole sitter at the iRacing Indianapolis 500. He was 6th fastest at last year's Open Wheels 500. I'm sorry, 7th fastest in Open Wheels 500 qualifications. And now Marco, 38.818. His best lap, that's 2nd fastest in practice thus far. So we'll see when he heads back out on track. We'll follow along with Marco, see what he's up to, and see if he can knock off AJ Musselman for that top spot. Musselman has been the quickest driver in the session for the last hour or so, maybe a little bit longer. He also has the top trap speed at 241.5 miles an hour. He's completed 31 laps to this point. Mikhail Hagstrom just went over 200 laps completed for the day, 204. The man on your screen right now, Jesper Orman, has completed half of that, 102. And thus far, they're the only 2 drivers with at least 100 laps completed in practice today. We had Jesper on the program just a little while ago. Great interview with the Swedish driver. Orman brings his car to pit lane. And now we'll follow Hagstrom. Gale certainly has put his work in today. Working lap number 206 for today's practice. And on Sunday, he placed 58 laps in the practice session. The high water mark for Sunday's practice was set by AJ Musselman. He was 241 laps deep into practice on Sunday. So far today, Musselman 32 laps completed. So Hagstrom taking dead aim at that Ironman award at the moment. Trying to be the driver with the most laps completed during Tuesday practice. Hagstrom's one of 4 drivers with a 4-lap average banked, a 15-lap average banked during practice today. Hugo Olsen had the fastest 15 consecutive laps at 40.877 seconds. Jesper Orman, who we were watching a little while ago, he was just 1/1000th of a second behind that over 15 laps. The former Three Crowns Racing teammates. Orman was 40.878 over 15 laps. Man on your screen right now, Mikhail Hagstrom, was 40.955, his best 15-lap average. And Niall McBride, 40.791, his best 15 consecutive laps. We're going to give you commentary for the next 8 laps, 8 minutes, take you to the top of the hour. We'll have 4 hours remaining when we get to the 5 o'clock Eastern hour. And make sure to tune in tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern time. We'll have the second edition of Today at the 500. Aligning our guests as we speak for tonight's show. Hopefully be able to give you a little sneak peek before we get off the air here at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time for practice. Of course, we'll be back for Open Wheels 500's coverage at Today at the 500, 8 p.m. Eastern. That'll take us to the end of day 2 practice here at the Open Wheels 500. Running out on track right now, putting in some race pace laps is Taylor Cox. Taylor is a native of Ohio and actually does some midget racing in real life. Taylor is sponsored by Classic Clockworks, and he's running for Lug Racing in a Dallara IR18 Chevrolet. Really a dazzling livery he has. Not sure the broadcast does it justice. It's chrome with black and yellow accents. Really a strong looking machine here at the Open Wheels 500. You can check out some pictures of Taylor's ride by going to openwheels.com and looking at our media site, where we have a link to photos for this year's Open Wheels 500. Got one or two of Taylor up there, and a chance to showcase that beautiful livery on his number 33 machine. Taylor Cox, currently 16th fastest in practice, best lap of a 39.180. We've seen a lot of drivers working on their pit stops today. An opportunity for those guys to get some extra laps in and out of the pit lane here at Indy. Not too bad coming onto pit road. You get to use pretty much the width of the straightaway to keep your car under control, try to slow it down as you head into what is definitely a narrow opening in the pit wall. As Taylor Cox has some company here from, looked like it was Marco Aurelio Brazil trying to set a quick lap. Marco, the king of drafting and putting up big numbers at Indy, and he'll have a high mark to try to hit this year, as Brendan Lichtenberg posted the first 38.3 second lap in Open Wheels 500 history last on Sunday. And here's Marco Brazil. Happy to have Marco back at the Open Wheels 500, driving the Tent Factory Sim Racing Chevrolet in his customary number 812. And a good-looking livery for Marco this year, black and orange with some white trim on the lettering. Again, sponsorship from Chevrolet as far as a engine partner. And we'll see what Marco can do here, trying to build some speed and set a big time. While we got a chance, let's ride on board with Marco Brazil, former iRacing Indy 500 pole sitter. Our onboard coverage presented by the Majors Series. So Marco definitely has the Q boost on right now, just running a 5-gear qualifying setup, but 239 miles an hour at the end of the straightaway there. using all the track on corner exit. This should be a big lap right here. And there you have it, 38.477. A new top time here in practice as Marco ends up in the wall and tumbling all over the track. He will quickly depart for the pit lane, but mission accomplished. Marco Brazil, the new fastest driver in this session. You were riding along with him right there. He got a good draft down each the front straight and the back stretch. Was able to keep it out of the wall in the corners. And Marco puts it P1. So we put out a little inquiry to Marco. We'll see if we can get him on for a quick interview here before we take another little commentary break. Hunter Smith coming to the pit lane. He's been doing a lot of pit in, pit out practice, as has Jesper Orman. He heads to the pit lane, gets his car slowed down just in time, and we're going to go back to Jeffrey Stanton. He's bringing his car down the pit lane. Jeffrey was a member of the inaugural Open Wheels 500 last year. Didn't make the show, but good to see Jeffrey and his number 46 machine back at IMS, ready to take another shot at things here. Jeffrey currently best lap of 39.172. So just at the halfway mark of today's practice, 4 hours complete, 4 hours to go. And we just had our new leader shake up the leaderboard a bit. Marco Brazil, a best lap of 38.477 seconds. And Marco's 38.477 best lap is 233.905 miles an hour. Not quite to Brendan Lichtenberg's best time from yesterday, but a massive lap nonetheless. Big speeds out of the driver from Brazil, driving for Tent Factory Sim Racing. So I'm going to see if we can get Marco into the program here. I see him sitting in the lounge. So let's see if we can bring him over for a quick interview. Hi, Marco. This is Tanner with Open Wheels TV. Do you have a copy? Marco Brazil, this is Tanner Watkins with Open Wheels TV. Do you have a copy? All right, looks like we're not quite on the same page with Marco. He was in the lounge there, but not available to speak at the moment, I guess. So we'll try to get him another time. Didn't get a chance to get Marco on any of the Today at the 500 shows last year, so it would have been nice to get a moment to speak with him. We'll try again at some point during the 2 weeks. Marco always a quick driver, as we mentioned before. He qualified 7th fastest at last year's Open-Wheels 500 and led on and off during the first half of that race with Wilson Neto. Those two Brazilian drivers were kind of commanding the race from the front of the pack early on. Eventually they slid back towards the mid portion of the field in the second half of this race in 2019. Marco eventually ended up with an accident on the pit lane and did not finish the race. It did not bring out a caution, but he wrecked on pit road, and that ended his day prematurely. Eventually that resulted in a 26th place result for Brazil and 15th for Neto. Marco crashing out on lap 151. So we're going to take a moment, step aside. We'll come back in 25 minutes time, offer a little bit more commentary, see if we've got any updates on the leaderboard. Another great day of participation, especially for a weekday. Happy to see that 33 drivers have posted times thus far. 37 cars have been presented on the pit lane to this point today. Shaping up to be a great finish to day 2 of practice. We're just past halfway here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's practice for the Open-Wheels 500 live here on Open-Wheels TV. We'll be back in just a little while. We'll leave you with some of the carnage right now at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And welcome back, folks. We have a chance to talk to the man of the hour, Marco Brazil. We were able to get in touch with him, and he's ready to do an interview right now. So we're going to see if we can pull him back into the studio here And then we'll take our little commentary break. Meanwhile, Jesper Orman just went to second fastest in the session. He put in a lap at 38.619 seconds, jumping AJ Musselman. So Orman, 113 laps complete, second most in the session, and now he's second fastest in the session. So let's see if we can get Marco Brazil into the commentary booth. Marco, this is Tanner with Open Wheels TV. Do you have a copy?
Hello.
Hi, Marco. We hear you. How are you doing today?
Hi, Tanner. How you doing? I'm fine. And the expectation to the open wheels.
Yeah, it's great to have you back at the 2020 Open Wheels 500. You just turned in a quick lap there. First and foremost, how have you been lately, and what have you been up to on iRacing recently?
Yeah, is the car is fine to the qualify. Is improving much from May. Is great work at Wilson to improve the car, and the other guys is waiting to qualify.
Right now, talking to Marco Brazil, driver number 812 machine for Tent Factory Sim Racing. Marco, you are a former pole sitter at the iRacing Indy 500. You also had a strong run to 7th on the qualifying grid for last year's Open Wheels 500. What do you guys have to do this year to make sure, though, that you end up with a good finish in the race itself?
Yeah, I expected that the first run and the 33 drivers is the most important at the moment. Is running 33 is the very important. After this is the car for race is a very good in the IndyCar Racing Series. Last race in Indianapolis, I'm a P3 in broadcast race in race spot. For race car is fine, but the objective is running 33.
Right now, thankful to be joined by Marco Brazil, an experienced sim racer in the iRacing community. Marco, you run for Tent Factory Sim Racing. Could you tell us just a little bit about your team and the group that you run with?
Yes, the Tent Factory Sim Racing is a Spanish team. Is many drivers in old series. In the oval, the team is beginning. Is contract to me to develop the cars for NASCAR and IndyCar. In the finding new drivers for the team.
Now, Marco, again, you've been part of the IndyCar community for quite some time here on iRacing. Really, where did your interest for IndyCar racing begin? How did you become a fan of IndyCar racing before driving here on iRacing?
I began after Emerson Fittipaldi win the All Answer Junior. Is beginning. After this, I play much the IndyCar Racing from Papyrus. IndyCar Racing 1, IndyCar Racing 2. My idol in racing is Emerson Fittipaldi and Nelson Piquet. IndyCar for me beginning after Emerson.
Yeah, and obviously Emerson Fittipaldi, a former winner of the Indianapolis 500 multiple times, and he was also the first winner of the $1 million purse at the Indy 500. I believe that was back in 1989 when he beat out Little Al for the victory that year. Obviously, Nelson Piquet, a very popular name that covered the ranks of not only Formula One, but also took his own shots at the Indy 500. What are your earliest memories of racing in Brazil, Marco? Whether it's IndyCar or Formula One, how did you really fall in love with the sport altogether?
I love much IndyCar. Formula One, after Nelson Piquet is out, for me is down interest. I am a Nelson Piquet fan. No like much Ayrton Senna. For me, Senna is only marketing. No like much the Senna. Like Piquet, Emerson, Fittipaldi. For me, is the in Brazilian term is a raiz driver. Raiz is on term of Brazil is the driver raiz.
Yeah, no, good point. Bringing up the late Ayrton Senna and not only Emerson Fittipaldi and Nelson Piquet. Brazil is a very proud motorsports country. Present day, is motorsports still closely followed by folks down in Brazil, and is there a strong group of friends and fans down there that also follow IndyCar racing just like yourself?
Formula One in Brazil is down interest after Rubens Barrichello and Felipe Massa. And no more Hans. For 5 years, 6 years, probably not other driver in Formula One. And in the car, the good guys is older. Helio Castroneves, Tony Canaan is older for sports. Probably whom Indy 500, only Indy 500. But for the championship, I'm not seeing drivers in 3-4 years.
We almost had Pietro Fittipaldi appear at Indianapolis a year or two ago until he sustained a crash at Spa that left him sidelined and he missed the Indy 500. Would you have any interest in cheering on the young Pietro Fittipaldi?
Yeah, I'm run with the Pietro in kart. Is a fast guy, but after the accidents in the IndyCar and Formula 3 is, I believe, is not same speed.
Interesting. Right now talking to Marco Brazil, driver the number 812 machine for Tent Factory Sim Racing. Again, great to have you here, Marco. We're excited to have another driver like your caliber, part of this year's Open-Wheels 500. What brought you back to the event this year after participating in it last year? What do you love about this race, and what motivates you to participate for a second year?
Oh, Tanner, I talked to you in the last year. Your event is the best in the iRacing service for me. Is perfect in all details. Is fantastic race. Is the best drivers here in the IndyCar, and the one thing important is the born new drivers here. Every race in the season, born is new drivers in open wheels is much important. The Fabio Viana this race this year is a beginning driver. I teach this guy the guy to participate the open wheel this year after I make a much merchandising your race. I believe much in Fabio in this race.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the kind words, and again, like I said, we're very happy to have you back at this year's race. And I'll ask you one more question before we let you go. You mentioned Fabio Viana, another Brazilian native who's on the entry list for this year's race. Could you kind of talk about him and how your guys' relationship came to be, and what you guys are doing to get him up to speed as well?
Fabio is a fast guy. Uh, Talked to me in 2 months older to begin in make a setups for IndyCar. The others Brazilian drivers no like much the open sets, like more fixed race. In the Brazilians leagues, only fixed setup. But Fabio, como que the the other driver Brazilian is
Right now, talking to Marco Brazil, and he was talking about Fabio Viana. Last time we were out on track, that was Sunday, Fabio was 15th fastest, so he got his month of November off to a good start. Thanks again, Marco, for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you on air. We'll be happy to interview you again sometime if you'd like to, and congratulations on the big lap here in practice. We wish you the best of luck for the month of November.
Thank you, Tanner. Very happy talking to you live in your broadcast. Sorry, my no good English, but
no, we're happy to have you, man. It's a pleasure. Yeah, I mean, I know you and I have gotten to race together many times over the years, and I think we've had some good battles. And again, as an event promoter, it's a great sight to see as part of our race this year, and we're happy to have you back.
Thank you, Tanner.
All right, that's Marco Brazil, driver of the number 812 machine for Tent Factory Sim Racing. We're happy to have him back at the 2020 Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. And Marco, our leading man in this second practice of the Open Wheels 500. Just about 3 hours and 40 minutes remaining until we see the end of day 2 practice. And before that time comes, again, we'll have today at the 500. That's coming up in less than 3 hours' time at 8 p.m. Eastern. And we'll be ready for that with driver Adam Blocker as our guest, as well as Carter McCue, the VP of Competition for Open-Wheels Motorsports Sanctioning. That's all coming up a little bit later. Right now, we're going to take a little commentary break. We'll be back on air at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, so about 40 minutes' time. We'll give you some more commentary, and that'll be about an hour until it'll be about an hour and a half until we sign off and get ready for our Today at the 500 broadcast. We're still going to leave up our video feed here, so enjoy the sights and sounds of Indy cars ripping around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Right now you're watching Fabio Viana. Mentioned him just a little while ago. Marco Brazil is taking the young Brazilian driver under his wing, and excited to see how he does at the 2020 Open Wheels 500. See you back in just a little while on Open Wheels TV. And good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Open Wheels TV's coverage of the Open Wheels 500-mile race presented by Mitchell Transmissions. As you can see in the top left-hand corner, less than 3 hours remaining in practice tonight. And we're just about 2 hours away from the second edition of Today the 500 live on Open Wheels TV. We'll talk to Adam Blocker and Carter McCue later on tonight about the latest in not only the Open Wheels 500 world, but real-life IndyCar as well, and get you set for the next time we're on track, which will be Thursday. And we'll be practicing again from 1 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, while also holding the qualifications draw at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern on Thursday evening. So excited to get ever so closer to qualifications weekend. And it's been a great day of activity here at the track. Our timing and scoring program is having some issues at the moment, so we cleared out our timing bug on the left-hand side of the screen. We'll give you a little bit of a manual rundown here. Marco Brazil is the fastest driver of the day so far. We talked to him just a little while ago. His best time, a 38.477. We also talked to Jesper Orman today. He happens to be second fastest today at 38.619. AJ Musselman, he's been consistently quick over the last couple days, 38.748, his best time at P3. Cesar Manzado, 38.881, fourth fastest on the day. And then Tim Doyle, perhaps the first car on the leaderboard that set a lap without a tow, 38.889, in a quick run for the Ludicrous Speed driver, piloting the number 14 machine. So Tim Doyle, a veteran of the iRacing community and a veteran racer here at Indianapolis. Well, we're going to continue to work on seeing if we can figure out the timing and scoring bug. And see if we can do anything to make that work for us today. I see Jabarillo commented in the chat, yeah, we're trying to get the timing table back up. Had a little bit of an issue where the table wasn't updating any longer. Our time remaining is still updating, but unfortunately right now the table isn't working itself. So we're going to take a shot at seeing if we can make some adjustments and contact our folks over at JRT and get that back working. Right now, we'll leave you up here with on-track action. It's Wilson Neto and Fabio Viana putting in some race trim runs at the moment. A couple Brazilian drivers getting ready for the Open Wheels 500 to be held in less than 2 weeks from now, November 15th, live on Race Spot TV at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be back in just a little while. We're going to do a little bit of tinkering behind the scenes, so go off air for just a few moments. Hang with us. We'll be right back in no time. Thanks, and chat again soon. Coverage of the 2020 Open Wheels 500 is brought to you by the Majors Series, presenting partner of Open Wheels 500 broadcast. Mitchell Transmissions, presenting sponsor of the Open Wheels 500. Pit Lane Parley Podcast. Listen to Pit Lane Parley today on all major podcast platforms. And the Majors Garage, the official setup shop of the Open Wheels 500. And welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're about to close out today's coverage of practice at the Open Wheels 500. Been around for, I believe it's 5.5 hours of broadcast time. And getting ready for 30 minutes time from now, the second edition of Today at the 500. That'll be again live right here on Open Wheels TV. On tonight's show, we'll interview Adam Blocker. He's a former winner of the Top Split iRacing Indianapolis 500, as is Ray Kingsbury. Ray will also join us on the program later on this evening, just about 30 minutes from now. And I'll also be joined by Carter McCue, the VP of Competition for Open Wheels Motorsports Sanctioning. So Carter and I will talk a little bit about what's happened here at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Tuesday practice. Give you a rundown of the leaderboard in just a moment here, and we'll also kind of recap the leaderboard as the practice session for today draws to a close on the Today at the 500 show. We'll talk a little bit of IndyCar news and get you set for Thursday, which is definitely going to be a big day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Open Wheels 500. We'll have the third day of practice coverage again here on Open Wheels TV. And we'll also have the qualifications draw special. That'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Race Spot TV. That's where drivers will learn of their qualifying draw position as we get set for pole day on Saturday. We'll come back in just about 30 minutes from now. We'll have a new stream up here on Open Wheels TV. It'll be the second edition of Today at the 500 and live here on Open Wheels TV. For everybody that got to take in today's practice coverage, we appreciate your time and your patience in dealing with some of our technical issues that we had throughout the day. Certainly appreciate your viewership, and come back in about 30 minutes time. We'll give you another great show. It'll be Today at the 500, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. For everybody at Open Wheels Motorsports Sanctioning, we appreciate your time today. Big thanks to Faye Costantine and everybody at ABC for allowing us to use the IndyCar on ABC theme. We look forward to seeing you in just a little bit. Signing off for now.